up next on ECN, a regularly scheduled meeting of your Edinburg City Council. On the council, Mayor Omar Ochoa, Mayor Pro Tem David Salazar, Council Member Dan Diaz, Council Member Jason De Leon, and Council Member Jerry Lozano. Sitting in as advisors, City Manager Mayra Ayala and City Attorney Josie Ramirez Solis. And now, live from the Edinburg City Hall, the Edinburg City Council.
Time now is 6:01 p.m. and we're starting this regularly scheduled City Council meeting. Looking around, I see that all members of council are present, so we do have quorum. If we can go to item 1A, prayer. We do have Mr. Pastor Colin Rodamel. Please come on up, sir.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you. God, we thank you for your goodness. We thank you for your faithfulness to us, Lord. And we thank you for the distinct privilege it is to get to serve your people in the city of Edinburg. And so, Lord, in this day where we gather as a city in support of our council, Lord, we pray that you would supply them with wisdom. Lord, I pray that you would bless them. God, I pray that you would help them to walk with integrity, to make choices that honor you and that build up this city in the best way, God, to the glory of your name. Lord, we pray, God, that you would find in this city not just favor, but you would find people, God, who are willing to hear your instruction and step forward in obedience, Lord. God, we pray, asking your blessings in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can ask Councilmember Dan Diaz to lead us in the pledge.
Have everybody stand, please, and move on ahead here. Let's face the flag together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving on. Item number 2, certification of public notice.
Yes, sir, Mayor. The meeting was posted in accordance to the Texas Open Meetings Act on January 28, 2025 at 5:20 p.m., sir.
Item 3, the disclosure of conflict of interest.
Yes, Mayor. Under state law, a local government official is required to disclose a substantial interest for themselves or certain family members and abstain from voting on matters related to such a conflict. Are there any conflicts to disclose related to the pending matters on today's agenda?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that me? Item 4, Mayor's report. Just real quick on this one, we concluded the Navy Week last week. We had the United States Navy doing a number of different events throughout the city all week long. It was a phenomenal thing, and I just want to thank all the residents for coming out to support the United States Navy. They were blown away by the hospitality of Edinburg and South Texas, and also a big thank you to the city staff for all that you did to get this together. It was not easy. There was a lot of planning and a lot that went behind the scenes to make sure that United States Navy Week went smoothly. So thank you so much, city staff, for putting that together. Can we all give them a round of applause, please? All right, moving on to item 5, proclamations and recognitions. Let's start with item A.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Presentation of proclamation recognizing the UTRGV Vaqueros football team for their inaugural 2025 season. If you're here to receive the proclamation, if you can come up to the podium. I will now read the proclamation for the record. UTRGV Vaqueros football team. Whereas the UTRGV Vaqueros football team kicked off their inaugural 2025 season competing in the Southland Conference within the NCAA Division I Football Championship Subdivision FCS, and quickly built a strong local following. And whereas they had exciting home game experiences, featured tailgating, pep rallies, and was broadcast on ESPN, the program averaged 12,539 fans per game, ranking 16th best in the FCS for average attendance. And whereas under the leadership of President Dr. Guy Bailey, Senior Vice President and Director of Athletics Chase Conk, and Head Coach Travis Bush, the Vaqueros football team achieved the most successful debut for a startup FCS program in history. They had an overall record of 9-3, Home record 7-0, undefeated at home. Conference play 5-3 in the Southern Conference, a notable achievement for the first few FCS programs to start from scratch in years. Whereas the entire team was instrumental to the historic 2025 inaugural season with key contributions on both offense and defense. UTRGV ranked 6th in the FCS for scoring, averaging 39.6 points per game, and led the nation in fewest fumbles lost, losing only one, a muff punt, the entire season. And whereas the program's first year achieved great success, including multiple players earning all Southland Conference honors. Senior quarterback Eddie Lee Marburger was named Southland Conference Newcomer of the Year. Wide receiver Tony Diaz was named Freshman of the Year. Offensive lineman Nick Hughes and punter Nathaniel Wallace Dilling are all conference second-team offense selections, and junior defensive end Ian Box is an all-conference second-team defense selection. The 7 honors are the 4th most of any team in the conference. And whereas UTRGV's first ever football season marked a new chapter for South Texas, this season represented opportunity, growth, community support, and the beginning of a tradition that brought students, families, alumni, and residents from across the valley to witness a historic moment and the birth of a new tradition. And whereas the Edinburg City Council would like to congratulate the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley for the success of the Vaqueros football program in the inaugural season. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Edinburg, by the power vested in them by law, do hereby recognize the UTRGV Vaqueros football team.
I just wanted to say appreciate y'all, and this has just been a storybook beginning. And I've said it since day one. There's no better place to start college football in America than the Rio Grande Valley and right here in Edinburg, Texas. Just can't thank the city of Edinburg enough for everything you've done through the entire process to make this happen, to bring football here and keep it here for a long time. So just proud to be a small piece of it. We're excited about the future, and football is going to be around Edinburg and the Rio Grande Valley for as long as it can. Thank y'all so much.
I think Coach certainly said it best, but thank y'all so much for everything, not just to the elected officials here, but to the city hall staff. What we were able to accomplish together this past fall was truly remarkable. I don't think we could have scripted it any better, but it starts with this guy here, a phenomenal leader for our young men, and I have to add, not just a 9-3 record and all the success we saw in the field, a 3.1 GPA this fall in the classroom, and that's not something you see very often. Thank y'all for everything. We're about 7 months to kick off for the next season. He's got a lot of work to do, so we're going to get back to campus and get after it. So thank y'all. V's up.
Excellent. Well, if you could stick around here just for a second, I think the council members have some things to say about this. But this is a remarkable thing for the city of Edinburg. It was a long time coming, and there was a lot of people involved in getting this program up and running and making it happen. I remember being out there for the first home game and just the magic of the tailgate atmosphere, the fans. It really was electrifying. So I really hope everybody who hasn't had a chance yet to get out to see a game, make it a point to get out there in the fall, because it is a fantastic experience. Very proud of everything that you've done for the city of Edinburg, for the Rio Grande Valley, all the pride, right, that you have brought to this area. Undefeated at home, right? Fortress Edinburg. We got to come up with some nickname. But it's an amazing thing what you've done. Thank you so much for all the effort. You've got an amazing team. Your athletic director, President Bailey, the RSC in the back. You all do wonderful things. Thank you all.
Yeah, to echo the mayor, Chase, great job in choosing the right coach, for starters. I have to recognize Representative Terry Canales, big advocate for keeping this in the city of Edinburg. We're glad it stayed here. We're glad it's going to be here for the future. It was so surreal to be there and see it for the very first time. I just couldn't believe we were there, literally starstruck with the whole program. I was just floored, and there's still people that didn't get to see the game. So everybody be ready for the next season. There are tickets available. Reach out to your friends and family. A lot of people have them. Thank you very much to all that attended. We all say it, Friday night we're all rivals, but Saturday nights we rally the valley. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes, I just wanted to add want to say it was a great season. It was exciting to see it. I think the city of Edinburg, not just Edinburg, but the whole valley coming together to just support a program that I think everybody was dying to have here in the RGV. So thank you and congratulations on a great season. We're looking forward for many years to come.
I just want to simply say, this season was an amazing season that we had. My ultimate goal is we need to get every single city to start painting their city orange, because this is not just an Edinburg pride with the UTRG Vaqueros. This is the Rio Grande Valley pride, and we need to paint the whole Hidalgo County orange and Cameron County. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
I want to congratulate you guys on an awesome season. I wish you nothing but the best this upcoming season. And looking at the guys that you brought in, let's go.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. Congratulations. All right. Okay, next item we have is presentation on item B.
Presentation proclamation recognizing the legacy of Coach David Chavana. If you're here to receive the proclamation, if you can come up to the podium, I will now read the proclamation for the record. Coach David Chavana. Whereas on September 23, 1952, Coach David Chavana was born in Edinburg to Jesus and Lydia Chavana. Coach Chavana lived in Edinburg his entire life. In high school, he played baseball and graduated from Edinburg High School class of 1971. And whereas Coach Chavana married Gracie Chavana and had 2 sons, Vito Chavana and Noah Chavana, and 1 grandson, Trey Chavana. At the age of 24, David began running as a way to improve his health and lose weight. He ran several marathons in New York, Houston, Austin, and San Antonio, and began questioning why races of this caliber were not being held in Edinburg. And whereas in 1982, Coach Chavana advocated to the Edinburg Parks and Recreation Department to create a community competitive race in his hometown. In the fall of that year, Coach Chavana, along with former Parks and Recreation Director Frank Garza and local attorney Mick Sawyer, began the development of a 6.2-mile race. The first All-America City 10K race was held in February 1983 with 253 participants. Now known as the David Chavana All-America City 10K, the race has grown to approximately 10,000 participants annually. And whereas that same year, Coach Chavana became an educator in the Edinburg School District. As the years continued, he learned to sway back and forth from being a full-time educator to also being race director. And whereas in April of 1998, Coach David Chavana was appointed to the All-America 10K Advisory Board. His unwavering service led to his appointment as a tenured member on April 5, 2022. And whereas in 2002, a fun run was created for younger children because Coach Chavana and members of the planning committee noticed that the children couldn't keep up with the adults. David Chavana said the Edinburg 10K was all about family, and the Miracle Mile was added to the race for those with special needs, wheelchairs, or walkers. And whereas in 2012, he decided to retire as race director to focus on family, but stated the Edinburg 10K will always be part of me, was the heart of the event, was always there at the finish line to congratulate runners and encourage the next generation. And whereas on November 8, 2018, in honor of Coach Chavana's dedication, the Edinburg City Council approved a resolution renaming the Edinburg All-America City 10K to the Edinburg All-America City David Chavana 10K Run Walk. And whereas on December 27, 2025, Coach David Chavana passed away at the age of 73, the community mourns the loss of an icon, a true legend. And whereas beyond the race, as a dedicated educator at Edinburg North High School, forever a Cougar, he made a lasting impact on so many. An icon whose life and leadership touched generations of students, staff, and community members. His legacy of health, service, and community spirit will continue to inspire us. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Edinburg, by the power vested in them by law, do hereby recognize Coach David Chavana.
In addition to the city recognition, we also have State Representative Terry Canales, who has his own recognition that he would like to present.
Mayor, City Council, so I have a moment of personal privilege. So I did not know David Chavana until I met him in 2012. And I know he ran the 2012 race because it was an election year, and I thought it was a bright idea to put water and a table with water in the middle of the race. And I see this man that makes a quick U-turn all the while running, and he never stopped running. And he looks at me and says, "Don't ever do that again." That was how I met David Chavana, but after that, he was always a dear friend and an icon. And so in memory of David and in honor of David, we passed a resolution, and I'd love it if I could read it to you. It says, whereas the citizens of Edinburg lost a community icon with the passing of David Chavana on December 27, 2025, at the age of 73, and whereas the son of Jesus Chavana and Lydia Vasquez Chavana, David Chavana, was born in Edinburg on September 23, 1952, and he grew up with the championship of 4 siblings, Jesus, Jaime, Diana, and Norma. And whereas in the course of a rewarding career that spanned more than 3 decades. Mr. Chavana served as a teacher and a track coach at Edinburg North High School in the Edinburg Consolidated Independent School District, always greeting people with a smile and a handshake. He was respected for his leadership and his willingness to help others. And whereas Coach Chavana further benefited his community as the co-founder and organizer of the David Chavana All-American City 10K and Fun Run, which was established in 1983 and renamed in his honor in 2019. Since its inception, the race has grown to become one of the largest running events in South Texas. And whereas in all his endeavors, Mr. Chavana enjoyed the love and support of his wife of 29 years, Graciela Chavana, he was a proud father of 2 sons, Vito and Noah, and through the years, his cherished family grew to include a grandson, Trey. In his leisure hours, he delighted in running, reading, and spending time with his loved ones. And whereas although the loss of David Chavana is keenly felt by all those who were privileged to share in his life, his legacy will remain a source of inspiration in the years to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Texas House of Representatives that a tribute be paid to the memory of David Arnoldo Chavana, and that the sincere condolences be extended to the members of his family, to his wife, Graciela Moreno Chavana, to his sons, Vito Chavana, to his siblings, Jesus Jose Chavana, and his wife, Neida Jaime Chavana, and his wife, Marisa Diana Garza, and her husband, Domingo, and Norma Guzman, and her husband, Joe, to his nieces and nephews, and to all his other relatives and friends. Signed by the Texas House of Representatives. It's my honor to present it to you, and we've also got a flag that was flown over the Texas State Capitol in his honor.
And if we may, we'd be honored to come down and take a photo with you.
Where's the red shirt? I didn't bring the red shirt.
You got the shirt on.
He did. He made sure he was smart today. Of course.
Terry.
That's right.
Oh, my toes, by the way.
Everybody looking right here on the count of 3. We good?
God bless you guys.
I will. I'll just say something.
Yes, please.
I just wanted to say thank you, Mayor Ochoa, the City Council, and Mr. Terry Canales for honoring my husband this way. He will be missed. I know if he were here, he'd probably say these 3 things. He would start off with one of his corny jokes, and he would tell everyone that his name, David A. Chavana, had more A's in it than he ever made in high school. And I never told him, but that was my favorite joke of his. The second thing he would say is how much he loved this city and this community for always supporting and loving him through all these years. And I know the third thing he would say is Puro Edinburg. So again, thank you for honoring Dave. The Chavana family truly appreciates it. Thank you. Have a good evening.
We are just so thrilled that we could recognize Mr. Chavana tonight. And I personally am so happy that the race that is to honor him is going to be the largest what we've ever had in city's history this coming weekend. We verified, yes, thank you. As of yesterday, we had over 10,500 signees. So we'll see how much more we can get. Tomorrow's the last day to sign up. So if you haven't signed up, everybody, please make sure to do that. But, you know, Mr. Chavana, David Chavana, he was Puro Edinburg, right? Aside from saying it, he himself was. He gave his heart to this community. He did so much for everybody, the youth. I've known him since I was a little kid, and he was always just the sweetest man. So thank you so much for sharing with him with the community. I know it's a sacrifice on your part too. And in addition to David Chavana, the Chavana family in general is Puro Edinburg. We love you guys and all the contributions that you all do.
Gracie, and I just want to say, behind every great man, there's a great woman. Thank you for always supporting him. I met him during elections, you know, other people running and just, you know, would talk about the race. And it wasn't until I ran that I called him and asked him for support. And he said, well, you have to go through my wife. And I didn't know who his wife was, but I've known Gracie probably 30 years. For those that don't know, she's been taking care of very sick babies for the last 30 or 40 years at McAllen Medical Center, the NICU department. And I've known her for so long, I just never put it together. And so when he told me, I said, I think I might have your support, David. But thank you for everything you've done. I'm so glad that the city has honored a man like him, the Parks and Rec department, everybody that does such a great job year after year. But thank you, Gracie, for all your support.
The next item that we have for item C, there was actually a scheduling conflict, so that will not be tonight. That will be actually in 2 weeks at the next City Council meeting. All right, moving on to item 6, public comments. Any public comments, Madam Secretary?
Yes, sir, Mayor. The Edinburg City Council allows for a specific portion of the City Council meeting to be dedicated to public comments. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. I will be taking time. Please note the public comment period is not interactive. The Council may not respond to public comments. At this time, Mayor and Council, there are 3 public comments. The first public comment is Ms. Fern McClarity regarding taxpayers' money.
Good evening. Gentlemen, I am here to say that every 12 months our property values increase. The city is just one of the taxing entities we have, and without your understanding the financial limits of the families who live here. This council needs to understand that the more you take, the poorer families become. 30% of our families live in poverty, and they do not get an annual salary increase. Why is that so difficult to understand? The majority of our families are just like everyone else. They want the American dream. No matter how small or run down it is, they put up a fence and call it home. They cannot do that if the city keeps selling bonds and increasing the taxes. How does this council make it more difficult to live here? They increased the water rates by 67%. They gave away $10 million to DHR, and then they had to sell bonds to supplement the solid waste department. This is like getting a bank loan for $20. In 2021, the city sold $23 million in bonds for the purpose of improving the downtown. Every one of the projects exceeded its budget and left $6 million for the building of a downtown parking garage. It is going to be interesting to see how that works out because I believe it's already over budget. I am also concerned about the variances considered by this council tonight. This purpose of an ordinance is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. If the council approves a variance, it says you do not have to comply with the orders that everyone else must obey. So what happens to the objective of protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the public? There are some comments about the city starting its own emergency medical transportation service. Keep your eyes on the ball. All you got to do is look at Mission and some of the other cities, and they're going in the hole. The problem is water. It is not infrastructure. There are also some comments about a new library and information center. Gentlemen, the City Hall is 3 blocks away from the University of Texas, the largest group of young computer geniuses. Why start our own? Let's use them. They're there for us. And I hope tonight that everyone remembers and thanks Israel that they got all the men, the young man finally came back the hostage, and I'm so thankful, and I hope that everyone keeps praying for Israel and for our country right now. Do I do these?
Yes, they're not public hearing items, so you should do them now.
Well, that's what I'm waiting. She's going to put my time up. All right, I have, these are all variances tonight, and I'm hoping that tonight that the department head will explain. The first one is 8A. It says staff recommends denial of the variance requested, including a block length making it difficult for emergency services to reach there. I would like someone to explain why you would want to do this. Why do we have ordinance and y'all keep changing them for certain ones? And I would like to know about that one. And then also there is 8B. Same thing. The staff recommended denying the variance and asked for the applicant complying with the current UDC and all the requirements that it calls for. Again, why do y'all make these rules and ordinances and then go, well, you don't have to abide by it? And the last one is 8D. This one, again, the staff recommends denial of the 6 variances. If approved, the applicant would need to comply with all other requirements during the permit process. I have no problems with people looking at things, but why do we have rules? I know that when I had rules with my 2 sons, they knew what the rules were, and I'm just wondering how the city changes. So I'm hoping that the department head or someone will answer these questions, because I got several people that called about it. Thank you.
The next public comment is June Job regarding too many tanks.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. My husband and I moved here probably 30 years ago because the valley looked so inviting. We live on Orange Avenue. We have 4 properties on Orange Avenue. We bought it for clean air, out of the city limits, and we became part of the city limits, and we didn't know it was part of the city limits until the sewer come down the street. And they said, well, everybody's been notified. No one was notified that we were part of the city limits. And now, I understand we've got 54 houses in our area going to be built, but the worst part is more fuel tanks. We have these bombs just across the road from all of us. We couldn't sell our houses if we wanted to when they come into Orange Avenue and see all of these tanks. There's 5 right there by the highway. You're asking for more, 22 acres more So no telling how much. At the last meeting, someone mentioned one of the tanks, or not tanks, the fuel, here y'all can see it, the fuel thing. And someone said, oh, I think it's about 3 feet wide. That's not 3 feet wide. That burns most of the time. And that's right in our neighborhood. I do not know what all is burning in there, but I don't think it's just trash. It's polluting our air. And now you want to put many more tanks and no telling how many more of these burners. I don't know the city ordinances, but I've never lived anywhere where fuel tanks were legal in the city limits, especially in South Texas where there's so much acreage not being used. I think it's a health problem to all of us. And I would like the people to consider moving these fuel tanks, or the new ones anyway, somewhere else instead of just building more and more in our city and not helping us. And this is my daughter that's also on Orange Avenue, our daughter-in-law.
Yes, I live in Orange Avenue, and I live in front of the tanks. And lately,
Ma'am, are you Terry Jo?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll start your time.
I'm sorry. Lately, we having a lot of allergies every day, me and my family. And I talk to the neighbors, and the neighbors say, yes, I wonder. I don't know why we're having a lot of allergies. And one of the neighbors says, I get up early in the morning, and I put my clothes outside in the line. He said, my clothes smell like a gas. And I don't know. I said, could be those tanks. And it's not healthy for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no further public comments, Mayor.
Okay. With no further public comments, we will move on to item 7, which is the public hearings. At this time, we will open the public hearings on all items A, B, C, D, E, and F. If there are any of those who wish to make a public comment on any of these agenda items, please come up to the front.
Okay. Good evening. I'm asking the council to table the rezoning request for public hearing 7B at 500 West Engle Road and take a deeper, more comprehensive look before making a decision that will reshape this part of Edinburgh's small community. This is not a routine zoning case. It is a major upzoning from residential to industrial general, immediately adjacent to established neighborhoods. Industrial general is the highest intensity industrial category in the city's zoning code, and approving it at this location places homes at a disadvantage and even dangerous. There will be fuel storage, chemical handling, heavy truck operations, and 24-hour activity, all of which will increase air, light, noise, and runoff water pollution for this neighborhood. Additional tanks, increased truck traffic, and higher intensity industrial activity can proceed without further public hearings, without a traffic impact study, and without any environmental or hazard mitigation review. The critical decision point is the rezoning itself. These are not abstract measurements. They represent families who will live with the consequences of your decision. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved this request without a traffic impact study, without a hazard buffer analysis, and without any modeling of fire risk, vapor dispersion, or emergency access. Questions which should have been asked. I ask you to review the video of the P&Z meeting as I did and listen to the resident comments and the reasoning for the P&Z votes. And as I recall, Mr. Acevedo stated all of this in-depth analysis will be done during the building permit phase. But will all these analyses be completed then, and how will the public interact with its decisions then? The question before you is straightforward. Does this rezoning expose nearby residents? And what are the necessary facts? I urge the council to table this item and require a full compatibility review per the request of the residents who will appear before the P&Z and are here tonight. Request the data, traffic analysis, safety buffers, and emissions or hazard modeling, and please do not rely on TCEQ, which has been called the reluctant regulatory agency by the Texas Sunset Advisory Commission. In addition, couldn't the IG zones be moved out further to the ETJ or further from established neighborhoods and stick with a consistent zoning plan instead of the current Swiss cheese method of zoning changes in different areas, poking holes in different zones with no clarity for residents? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Soralia Rodriguez, and I live on Orange Avenue. The address is 305 West Orange, and my concern here is as much as the lady has stated. All of us on Orange is a dead-end street, and we're going to be sandwiched between two industrial locations. It's like being between a rock and a hard place. The hard place would be the tanks. There's 22 acres more. Totally hazardous. Would you like to be sleeping next to a pump, a gas pump? And don't light a cigarette, and don't answer your cell phone, or don't call, because it might explode. This area, other than affecting Orange extremely from odors, gas, heavy traffic, everything in general, there is no buffer probably that would be established no matter what the city would be saying at a permit stage or otherwise. It is hazardous to the people that have made Orange their home. Now, when the first tanks came in, this was way back, and they basically said it would be like a convenience store for selling gas. You know, we could go get the milk and everything. But this time is 22 acres. The properties butt up against each other. There's not even an alley. And Ingle Road, since the tanks were put in, the first tanks, you can go down Ingle Road. The city of Edinburg has not made any improvements on Ingle Road. The revenue that they generate from these tanks being there, who knows where it goes? But it's not on Ingle Road. And now 22 more acres of tanks? We on Orange don't even have street lights. Totally dark if you go into Orange. Orange doesn't even have a good road. So now you bring this, well, we give this company okay, so they can it's an all good, rosy kind of feeling for the city, but you forget about the neighbors who've been there for many, many years and have big investments. A lot of my neighbors are here. They're all here, and they all want to talk. They have big investments in their homes and in their business. I have a business, 305. Who do you think is going to want to buy it? I want to sell. Other neighbors, they eventually want to sell their properties. But when they see the tanks that will be there, you know, you're robbing us of the investment we've made and a profit that we could at least have in the future. That's all I've got to say.
Good evening. Houston Keck with New Star Logistics and Senior Manager of Environmental Compliance. And then
Brian Potts, Senior Project Engineer.
So just wanted to specifically address the concerns about the environmental issues here. We will be getting all our permits through, whether it be TCQ. We have done the air permitting. Additionally, we are looking at, there's OSHA that regulates this facility as well. There's something called process safety management that we're subject to that will dictate the safety requirements of how we operate this facility, and we'll be regulated by them as well. Additionally, we're also regulated by EPA on certain different levels. So you can just see that there's multiple layers of safety and environmental protections here associated with this project. Additionally, I would add, this current scope of the project is just 2 tanks that we're looking to construct here. You have anything else to add?
Yeah, basically we'd only be utilizing about 2.2 acres of the property at this time. As the area continues to grow, it's going to need more fuel, and that's what New Star does. We bring fuel to the area to allow the community to grow and prosper, and we, our goal is to do it in the most safe and reliable manner possible, and that's the goal of this project as well.
Yeah, and to our knowledge, we're not aware of any current, any historical incidents at this facility. And then additionally, we recently upgraded our vapor combustor device to a vapor recovery unit. So rather than actually combusting those, they previously showed the picture of the vapor combustor device. We now recover those and then return that as a product stream. So a more efficient unit from an air emission perspective. And then I would also add that, we're subject to NFPA as well, so the National Fire Protection Association, and we have to go through siting studies, through the PSM, we have to go through the NFPA reviews and things like that. So, we are, working through all the permitting and the process to ensure that this is a safe and reliable fuel terminal.
How long have these, tanks been there?
I believe the terminal was built in the mid-90s.
Or what, 20, 30 years, I guess, 30 years. So you're trying to add 2 more?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Were residential homes around there already built there when the tanks were originally there? Were there any houses around there at that time?
I can't for certainly answer that question. I could confirm it though.
Okay. And now, as far as safety concerns, is it polluting any type of these tanks? Polluting any type of the area there with the gas because the gas is in the tanks or anything?
So our tanks do have emissions from them, but they are allowed. That's what the permitting process is for through the TCQ, which is subject to EPA oversight. So there are certain de minimis thresholds that we're allowed to emit. So there are emissions, but they're within what TCQ and EPA deem as allowable to human health.
And how far are they going to be away from the homes with these new 2 tanks that are coming up?
So the 2 tanks are going to be as close to the existing property line as we can get them. I think they're within 300 feet of the existing property line.
So you're going to try to get them as close as you can to the other tanks?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the future of this development that you're trying to do? So they're saying 22 acres. Where are they getting the 22 acres from?
So the entirety of the property is 22 acres. This project would only utilize 2.2 acres of it. There's no current project or plans for the remainder of the property.
So what is the business concept of this plan? What is it exactly does it entail?
So essentially, it'll allow us to bring between 2.5 to 3 million additional gallons of gasoline to the area.
So you have a lot of truckers that come in and they fill up there, or?
So the facility is primarily fed by pipeline. So the majority of the product that comes into the facility is by pipeline. This project will also have some trucks coming in. We also have a pipeline that goes to Harlingen and then to Brownsville. And so this project would feed the entire region. It wouldn't just be this specific site. So as the entire region grows, the fuel would be able to be spread out across the entire region.
So when you're out there, do you smell gasoline anywhere in that area? Or is it to the point where residents can smell it in their household?
None that I've ever smelled. No. And I would, to answer your question about the additional trucks, so this is a butane project, not an actual gasoline project. So we are simply offsetting the gasoline that's coming into our facility via pipeline. So like the actual truck traffic exiting our facility, taking that gas to the local gas stations would not we're not expecting an increase there.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, a few questions. The first question I have immediately is, why not put the 2 tanks in the existing property, now that I know that the other property next to it is yours?
Just, spacing between tanks. So as Houston mentioned, we're going through a facility siting study. And basically what we're doing there is we're looking at the locations of tanks, of pumps, of, all the equipment, buildings that have occupancy for personnel. We're looking at all of those things, the proximity to 281, Interstate 69. And so we're taking all of those items into consideration to cite these.
Right, and listening to the neighbors' concerns, have you ever had any formal complaints filed against your company on the existing property or the business you have there?
None that I'm aware of.
And you said that this is to help bring fuel to the area. How does your project benefit the area?
Right. Yeah. So basically, like I said, this project will allow 2.5 to 3 million gallons of gasoline to be brought to the area every year. So, as demand increases, as the area grows.
So it's just more supply for the area.
Correct.
I always try to, balance the concerns of development and the neighbors. So have you ever reached out to the neighbors or the neighborhood to try and work something out? Because right away, I think what's alarming is not only what's going there, but also changing 22 acres. What if you changed 2 acres? What if you reached out to them? Because you're saying you're only going to put 2 acres of tanks, where there's a happy medium that you guys can accomplish your task and also have the neighborhood have some say and have at least some peace of mind.
Oh, we have not reached out to this point.
Or maybe move 1 tank to your existing property and then only need 1 acre, something that we could work out with the neighbors.
So we would want to keep the tanks together. We'll be offloading butane into them. So having them together and also it, minimizes the area that hazard presents itself at.
And what's your plan for the remaining 20 acres?
There currently is not a plan. The property was purchased many years ago without a specific plan in mind for it, and so this project is utilizing the amount of the property that it needs.
Would you be amenable to meeting with the residents and trying to work something out?
We wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, to be honest, I don't have that authority. I would need to go back to discuss with our management, but I mean, I could take that request back.
That's all I have. Thank you.
So not to put the apple before the cart, I just want to understand kind of this process, and maybe Jaime, our planning and zoning director, kind of help with this discussion too. So right now, what's in front of us, we're not here to approve the project. We're here to talk about the zoning, right, of these 22 acres that are adjacent to the existing facility. So this is not. So even if this were to pass, we're not approving the project itself. So first, I think what I want to understand maybe from you all is what happens. What is the process for you all to construct what it is that you intend to do? What's the review? What's the public participation and all of that, if you are aware?
Well, I mean, we have the state permits where we are, preparing and submitting. Through the permit process that we're going through right now with the state, there is no public, comment period on that piece. And then from the local perspective, right, we would obviously, this is the first step before we submit, a building permit through the city of Edinburg and work through all the different, the fire studies, the safety studies, and things like that through the actual building permit process.
Right. Could you talk a little bit about that, what that process is from the city side?
Yes, Mayor Jaime Acevedo, Planning and Zoning Director, for the record. At this time, you're correct. This is strictly a rezoning what we're considering here tonight. They own the whole 22 acres, so they're applying for the whole 22 acres to be rezoned. But once the rezoning is approved, the next step would be to come in with a set of plans. And like with every other project, staff would get an opportunity to look at what's being proposed. We would meet with the fire department, with the fire marshal's office. We would meet with solid waste, with building permits and planning staff and the engineering department, and we'll take a look at it. And if everything meets the city guidelines, then a permit would be issued. But this is just a rezoning at this time.
Yeah. Okay. And like I said, for me, it was really important just kind of understand what it is that we're doing, because I do see that what's being proposed to be rezoned is literally adjacent to an already existing industrial zone. Is that right?
That's correct, Mayor. This is an area that's got a mixture of zonings. There's industrial to the north, industrial to the south. There's a lot of industrial to the south, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's the industrial park, right?
It's
that's out
nearby,
there.
yes.
Yeah.
So it is in an area, and that's why staff recommended favorably, because even the residents that came up here tonight mentioned that they own commercial property on the south side. So there is a mixture on that street of both houses and commercial businesses. So it's like a mixture. And the future land use map does say that this area should be commercial in nature, so we recommended for it. P&Z did vote 4-2 against, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In terms of if any portion of the industrial I guess zone now abuts a residential, is there some type of a wall requirement? Is there some type of buffer requirement between the two zones?
Absolutely. Anytime you have industrial next to a residential zone, we require a solid masonry buffer as well as a landscape buffer, of an open gap between any structures and the rear wall that is to be built. Plus, we also try to work with the developers, try to mitigate with them and try to come up with the best area for these tanks. I mean, we would meet with them and see if they can put them closer to the other street on the north side and not so close to the far back. So those are all things we can take a look at once they apply for a building permit.
Right.
So if this is approved, will you all, if this is approved, I want to make sure that you all are going to go and speak with every resident, making sure in that area, making sure that they're okay and know exactly what you're doing, and getting the staff's input would be highly appreciative on that, like just so we can all know what's getting done. I think they were probably under the assumption that you were going to do 22 acres of it, and if you're doing 2 acres, that's a little bit different as far as they were probably thinking you're going to building a huge bunch of tanks everywhere, but I would definitely think I don't know what way it's going to go, but if it does, just make sure that everything is approved with staff, and I would highly want you to recommend to get the residents' input and making sure they're comfortable with that as well. And at the end of the day, I think it should still be brought back to us, correct?
Not necessarily. Once the rezoning is approved, the building permits don't come back. What would come back to the P&Z would be the subdivision part if it needs to be platted.
So,
right. Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Public hearing is still open, so if there are any additional comments on items A, B, C, D, E, or F, come step up to the podium.
Good evening. On letter E, consider the ordinance for the rezoning of property 1021 Sundance Drive. Right now it's currently listed as agriculture. I think it's a mistake. It's in a residential subdivision. I'm supposed to build a house for my client on that property. He's been paying residential taxes, but it's marked agriculture. So if it could be considered to be changed to residential, it is, again, in a subdivision where there's a bunch of houses. I think it's just a paper mistake. You can fix it. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a historical reason for that. When the city, first annexes property and it doesn't come in with the zoning, the base level is agriculture.
Yes.
So if the city annexed this at some point in the past, when annexing was actually a thing, it's not anymore, then it would have come in as agriculture. And if it never had any remodeling, if it never had any building on top of it, it would never need necessarily the rezoning. So this is in line with all of that historical practice. And I can see actually that at least 2 properties in here have done just that. It looks like there were homes that were built on these 2 lots and that required them to change the zoning on those. So yeah, we understand. Thank you. Did you have something, sir? Yeah, come on up, please.
I thought he might be needing to come in on that. Again, I'm on B. I am a resident of and homeowner on Orange Avenue. And I understand that you all had a question about were there homes before they built in the late 90s, I think they're saying. Yes, there definitely was. My mother-in-law lived there almost 50 years. So we're on her lot now. So I built a brand new house, finished it in 2023. And so the majority of what's on Orange Avenue is still residential. There is some grandfathered in, what you would consider commercial, and there's some other people that are looking to try to do some other commercial, even the lot right next to me, somebody's wanting to build a few warehouses to, I guess, lease out. I don't think he's ever followed through, but I don't know. But just to answer that one question, there's definitely been houses before it was city limits. It was county, I assume, and many people live there. And they probably couldn't do anything about those things going in other than going to county. But it probably all took place before they ever knew it was going to happen. I heard some people saying that they were told it was like a filling station. Well, yeah, it's a filling station, all right, with billions of gallons of, or however many gallons it is. The other thing I'd like to add to what's been said tonight is, okay, he's bought 20-something acres. Well, most anybody, if I bought 20 lots and I'm only building 2 houses, I'm going to build more houses eventually. They're going to utilize that 20 acres, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and it'll be easy because it's already been approved. It already has been zoned. So they'll be able to put as many tanks as they want that they can fit on those acres. So just because they're only needing 2 acres right now doesn't mean that stops the whole process or even changes it for that matter. It's still rezoning. And the heaviest point I want to mark out is the way it, when you call it industrial, well, I like to emphasize it's heavy industrial. It's dangerous industrial. It's like building a SpaceX pad out here. That's more than what's to the south of us. To the south of us is FedEx and some produce companies and some stuff like that. There's no hazardous stuff going on there. There's a little bit of noise, a little bit of traffic, yes, but I don't have to worry about something blowing up on us. And so my concern is, please don't give this an approval of rezoning just because there's other industrial. There's nothing like that type of industrial anywhere near you, and it shouldn't be in the city limits. Obviously, you can't do anything about the tanks that are already there, but you can certainly stop the flow from this point on. Looks like they've already done all their underground piping because they've been putting pipes in for the last year. So they're already thinking it's all approved. And I don't know quite where you stand, but it feels like you're in favor of all this. I don't hear any concerns other than, yeah, I wish there was a big fence, maybe 20 feet tall big fence between them and us. But The main thing is it's how heavy of an industrial it is, and it shouldn't be considered lightly. When I was here a few weeks back, they just made it sound like, oh, it's a storage facility. Well, when I hear it's a storage facility, it sounds like there's a warehouse with big boxes or pallets or something like that. That's not what they're storing. They're storing extremely flammable material, and they're continually moving it in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I don't know how the process works, and I don't really care. I just don't want it in my neighborhood. And if I got a little more time, if you did approve it, then obviously we would expect the city to do something for the roads, something for fire protection at the property line, as many things as they could do to help that. But the damage would already be done as far as a property owner is concerned, and I'm a property owner. The new house will not hold its value if this kind of industrial keeps coming in. The industrial park on the south side is not considered heavy industrial that I understand. You might be able to correct me there.
It's okay.
It's industrial, but it's not something you can put a gas tank on. It had to be rezoned to be the heavy general industrial. It is. Just curious.
All right. Anything else, sir?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure. I wish you would show things up there, but I think each of you should go over there and ask the people what time, or if there's a certain time of day that they smell this or it's out there. To me, it sounds dangerous, and you know full well when you all okay this tonight, if you do, they're going to do more tanks, they're going to do whatever, because it's done. So like he said, they don't come back to y'all. So you have a chance to either table it or don't pass it and go and check it out yourselves. Because how would you like your families, and like I said, I don't know where it's at, but just listening to this is making me sick just thinking about it. Again, it's the people that live in Edinburg need to check. Y'all need to check it out. You kill them off, they won't be able to vote for you next time. So let's see if we can't help them. And y'all go out there and check it yourself. Thank you.
Public hearing is still open. If there's any other comments on items A, B, C, D, E, or F. Okay, seeing no other comments, we will close the public hearing. At this point, council, if there are any motions, we could take items individually or all in one, or however motion you would like to make.
Make a motion to approve A through F, approve all agenda items.
There's a motion to approve items A through F.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Could we pull B out for discussion?
We have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
All right. Any discussion?
On B, I would rather be able to table to consider the smaller rezoning, to talk with the residents. Sometimes it's hard for people to get the letter, but we started a process a few years ago where we put a sign so you can know what's going on there. And I'd love for the residents to be able to have a discussion with the developers to not kill the project or maybe scale it down, and also give the residents a buffer they might want. Sometimes developers have discussed a walkway, something, whatever. I'm not saying that would work, but at least to have some discussion versus it getting rezoned right away, the whole 20 plus acres.
And I agree on that. Even though the motion's on the floor, I do think I do want the business to go out there and speak to the residents. And I know that this is just the rezoning part of things. Yeah, I know they still got to do the whole due diligence and the process of that. I just want to make this very clear. This is just the rezoning. This is not anything that has to do with safety concerns or anything like that. This is strictly just the rezoning of the land. We will definitely make sure that all protocols are followed, and I do want the residents to be included in these plans as well. That way their concerns are met.
And the other comment I have is there's some things I wanted to discuss and that I am for in items A through F, but all at once it might change my vote, but I do have some that I was for. Just want to say that for the record.
All right, and I'll jump in on this too, just to be transparent with my thoughts on this as well. It would be one thing if this was a request to change the zoning of land that's adjacent to a residential area where there was no industrial anywhere around it. All right, that I think would be a really easy no. But I think it's just really clear that this is an industrial zone, and it's grown up to be that way. Even if you look on Orange Avenue itself, there are lots on this street that are zoned industrial. I see, for example, the lot with R&D Logistics is zoned industrial. And so when you're looking at this from a pure land use standpoint, I think it's pretty clear, right, that this area is for industrial uses. It seems like, okay, you do have it up. It seems like maybe, some of these areas are in, the areas that are residential right now maybe perhaps are in transition. But the fact that we're looking at land use and what this part of the city is for, I mean, it's pretty clear, right, that it's industrial uses kind of all the way around. And when I look at it that way, I think it keeps the idea, or I guess the matter, pretty simple. Now, in terms of what's going to go out there, is it safe, is it not safe, there's processes for all of that, and that's where I land on this, right? If we're looking at this strictly from a land use standpoint, and that's all the decision is, we're not permitting anything, we're not granting any permissions in any way, there's still a lot of process that goes on. There's still opportunity for the residents to engage with the developer, to ensure safety, to understand what those safety measures are, and so that's where I am at on this issue.
So Jaime, a question on that. So rezoning happens, and they move forward with their project. Is there any other stop gaps that the city will have for this project?
During the plotting process, I mean, you guys are going to get another opportunity, or the planning and zoning will get another opportunity to look at what is being proposed. But if everything meets code,
it's hard to. Yeah, and I recognize this is obviously at the outer limits of our city limits, and it's encompassed by industrial. I can't ignore the residents' concerns, and that's all I have on that.
Any other questions or discussion? All right, there's a motion and a second to pass items A through F. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right, motion passes. Moving on to item 8A. Secretary can read the caption.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Consider variance request to the City's Unified Development Code, Article 3, Section 3.102-B3, Table 3.102-1, single-family detached lots and building standard for rear yard setback, and Article 5, Section 5.206A, blocks for Sapphire at La Siena Phase 2 subdivision, as described, located at 4498 La Siena Parkway, as requested by Meldon and Hunt.
All right, is there a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Discussion? Yes, so on this particular item, there's two variance requests, is my understanding?
That's correct, Mayor.
And what is the city's, what is the staff's recommendation? Is it the same for both? Is it different for one or the other?
Our recommendation was for denial. P&Z did approve it 6-0.
Okay, the recommendation was denial of both variance requests, correct?
From staff, it was denial, correct?
Correct, yes. Okay, can you explain that a little bit? Just lay out for us, right, what these variance requests are and the basis for the staff's.
So 8A and 8B are kind of identical. It's phase 2 and phase 3 of the subdivisions. They're abutting each other, and it was the same request for both of them. They requested to have a 10-foot rear setback, reducing the buildable area from, we typically require a 20-foot rear setback. They want a smaller backyard. They want to be able to build up to the 10-foot from the property line. So that hasn't been the Edinburg way. The Edinburg way has been to have a bigger backyard. However, their argument is that times are changing. Lots are getting more expensive. So they want to maximize the buildable area. These are smaller lots, so they're requesting a 10-foot rear setback. The other variance was to have the block length exceeded from 1,000 feet, which is what the UDC requires, to 1655 in one case and 1772 in the other case. So their argument is that they're curvilinear streets, so being that they're curved, it's going to slow down traffic. But we don't want to set a precedence. We want to keep them to be at 1,000.
Yeah.
It's just safer.
Okay. So if I can understand it, or just confirm my understanding, the first one related to the setback, the reason for the request is to have a larger home on the property, correct?
Right.
Okay. What is happening in the market, right, in terms of this? Because I would think people still want backyards, but what is happening? Maybe I'm not in the business. I'm not as attuned.
We're starting to see a trend for smaller homes.
For smaller homes?
Smaller lots, I'm sorry. So they're trying to get more creative because land is expensive. So we're starting to see garden homes. In the past, the typical lot was 60 by 100. And now what we're starting to see is a request for lots to be like 38 feet wide by 80 feet deep. So not even 4,000 square feet, under 4,000 square feet. So what's happening is that they're having to go up, they're having to go two-story. Because once you consider your front setback at 18 to the garage, 20 to your front door, it kind of pushes the home back 20 feet. You've already lost 20 feet in the front. So if the lots are only 70, you only have 50 to work with. And then if you have a 20-foot setback in the back, you can only do like a 30-foot deep home. So that's why they're asking for a variance to have a deeper home. And it's probably going to be a two-story home. So that they can maximize the space of the.
Okay. I mean, so a developer wanting to have a larger home on a property that's not safe is not, in my opinion, is not really a great idea. But if it's in response to a market, there's an actual demand for it, it's not unsafe, other cities are doing it, that I think would require, or at least, lead us to potentially change our zoning rules, right? So I would much rather address things in a systematic way, saying, okay, yes, you can go ahead and build with a 10-foot instead of a 20-foot, but then so can everybody else, right? If that's what the market is asking for. But can you comment on that a little bit? Where's that going?
Yeah, actually, there's been a push by the state for us for cities and municipalities to participate in smaller homes, smaller lots.
Okay.
There's even an initiative for tiny homes where you have like a 400 square foot tiny home. We haven't implemented that here in Edinburg, so you're right. I mean, any changes any transitions to those smaller homes would require changes to the Unified Development Codes.
Is there? I'm sorry, I keep hogging the microphone. I got one more question. Do you have an opinion on? Can somebody comment on the safety of having a 10-foot setback versus a 20-foot setback?
That would be more of a fire department call, because I know they don't want a fire to spread from one lot to the other, so they typically ask for a minimum of a 10-foot separation. So yeah, I don't know if the fire chief is here to answer that one.
He's in the back.
Good evening, Mayor Ochoa and City Council. Omar Garza, Fire Chief for the record. So on the one we really look at is more on the side setbacks, and according to the UDC code, that gives us kind of this particular type of construction or setting gives us the I guess allowance to go from a 5-foot to a 6-foot, from a 6-foot to a 5-foot side setback. So when we do that, when we do go to a 5-foot side setback, then the certain conditions that we require that the overhang or the eave of the home that protrudes into that setback, that be protected. So as long as they're doing that, then we're pretty much comfortable with it. So we're more looking on the side setback than from the front of home to the other side or the front of the other home. So that's what we kind of look at. And this particular project, it should be okay. We feel comfortable with it. So as long as they build it to code and they meet building code, that part of the house is being protected and rated, the windows are offset, we should be okay with it.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I was just going to say I agree with you, Mayor, as far as I think we do need to look at all our variances and everything that ordinances to kind of make it unified for everybody, because I am seeing that other cities are adjusting theirs, and I think that hasn't been touched in a while. So.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree, right? I mean, if this is a thing that the market is moving towards, if safety is okay within certain rules, then we should make sure all the rules are written that way, right? That it is allowed, but you have to do X, Y, and Z to keep it safe.
And we started gathering data from other cities to see what our neighboring cities have been doing. We're compiling that data, and we're going to be recommending some changes to the Unified Development Code in the next couple of months.
Okay. Any other questions on the first variance? Because there's a second one. Okay. Now on the second variance, my understanding, right, is that this has to do with the length of the street and how far someone has to travel, right, to get kind of from one end to the other.
Well, typically we like to see a break in between streets so that we can put some stop signs. It helps to slow traffic down. When you have a long stretch, typically what you see is people speed because there's no stops or breaks in the streets. So we have capped it at 1,000. That's what the Unified Development Code requires. After 1,000 feet, you're required to have a break, put a stop sign, slow traffic down. He's requesting 1655. Now they are proposing possibly doing some speed bumps to help slow down traffic. It is a private and gated subdivision. So that would be at their cost if they do go that route.
So if we were to add this to our a motion, they would have to put the speed bumps in there on their cost, correct?
Correct. You can make that as part of the motion.
I don't know if the council would be open to making the motion with adding the speed bumps in there. I know there's already a first.
Is there any other streets longer than that in that subdivision, in that area, that development?
Longer than 1,000 feet?
Yeah.
If there is, they would have had to have gone through the same process.
So question I have again is safety related, right? So the street being so long, how does that affect first responders, emergency responders, where there's no break?
I can't answer for the first responders.
Yeah.
On this situation, like I said, rather than hinder us, I mean, we're more looking at, when we're looking at ISO rating and we're more looking at the distance from the station to the location, right? So we get rated on how far that one house is from like 3.5 miles, 5 miles. Once it goes to the 5 mile line, then that kind of affects our response time. So if the street is windy, I mean, as long as it's within that radius of the fire station, which is that 5 mile radius for a pumper and 2.5 miles radius for a ladder truck, we should be okay to respond to there. And this actually has, I think, multiple ways to get in there. So there's at least 2 or 3 entrances to get into that subdivision. So I don't see it hindering response. Now, traffic and all the other stuff, that's not my deal. But actually, to respond there, I wouldn't see it would hinder us getting there any faster or any slower than, like I would say, it's more. If it's further out, then it's more of it's going to hinder our response, right, to get there. But I don't think it would hinder anything right now the way it is, the way the layout is.
Let me ask this. Is this something we would be willing to standardize, that we're going to allow every developer now to have 1,600 feet without a break? My thinking is probably not.
I would recommend against it.
Right.
We used to be at 700 or 800 feet. We upped it to 1,000. So.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, so for me, that's telling, right? If this is not the type of variance that we would want to adopt as a rule, then there's something wrong with the variance.
I mean, a question. They have a phase 1 of this development, and these are the similar variances that were approved before.
I don't recall off the top of my head, Councilman, if we applied for any, or if they applied for any variances for phase 1.
I just remember the winding roads and kind of the same layout, the same design in this phase. Yeah, can anybody answer that?
Marlon Garza with Melvin and Hunt. So as Mr. Dan Diaz was mentioning, we did get these exact same variances approved for phase 1. This was always master planned as a true master plan subdivision, phase 1, 2, and 3. And as Fire Chief was mentioning, we do have 2 entrances to the subdivision off the boulevard, which we are extending for La Siena Boulevard, right? So we've already extended phase 1, which was for phase 1 of this subdivision. We are in the works of extending for phase 2, which is meant to service phase 2 and 3 for this master plan subdivision. They have, to answer one of his points, fire station number 5, if I'm not mistaken, is just north of this area for La Siena.
And I think one of the other questions that was mentioned before, not in phase one has a longer block length than what phase 2 and 3 does. And in La Siena area, if I can zoom out on the map, there is 2 other developments that have longer block lengths due to their design. So you have silos at La Siena here. If you take what block lengths are directly from this cul-de-sac all the way to this other cul-de-sac, it's about 2,800 feet in distance, and that's its block length for that one. So that one's a lot longer. As you can see, it's also more pronounced in the way that it winds in the road. Ours is a lot less at 1,600 and 1,700. Our curves are not that pronounced as well. So the traffic calming that we mentioned is due to that. We reduce it to be kind of in accordance, right? We're not trying to abuse what the block length is meant to be. We're trying to really give, one, aesthetically, two, our lot fits for the subdivision, and then our utilities for the subdivision as well, right? There's always several aspects that we aim for whenever we're designing a subdivision. The other subdivision in this same, almost abutting to it, is the coves at La Siena. So from this cul-de-sac all the way to the rear of the subdivision is also just over 2,000 feet in block length, which exceeds already. So it's already set precedent in this area of the city, this development. And so I think if you would ask the citizens or residents that live there, they all like La Siena. La Siena is one of the fastest growing areas of the city. The Coves is one of those. Silos is another one of those. Water Lily is another one of those. Sapphire, just this subdivision. It's one of the fastest growing and most aesthetically pleasing subdivisions or developments of the city. One of the other points, we do have, walking trails that are planned in this, amenities that are planned in this. One of the walking trails actually goes through the middle. So there is already anticipated, as we mentioned, and we're working this out with staff, anticipated traffic calming measures, because there's going to be crosswalks right through the center. This indention that you see right here is the largest part of the common area for phase 1, and that trail continues north and connects to phase 2 and phase 3. So obviously we don't want a drag strip going on those long roads that we're exceeding block length wise. But the main purpose is, like I mentioned, either drainage, utilities, or just the overall aesthetics of the subdivision. So I don't know if y'all have any other questions for us at the time.
So if this were to get approved, I'm okay with it, but I just want to make sure we have speed bumps in it as far as for me personally. I just think it is a long road, and I know we're gonna be getting a lot of complaints on traffic flow and all that. So I think that's something that I would ask council to reconsider their motion and just add the speed bumps for the phases. I'm remembering that we approved the first phase 1 and we didn't add speed bumps on that one.
No, we don't currently have any. We are planning to add some, both to phase 1, 2, and 3. For the same reason that I just mentioned, right? We have that walking trail that goes through the rear of the lots on phase 1 on the south side, connects to that common area in the middle, continues to go north. So naturally, we'd want to have some sort of traffic control at that point for them to be able to slow down to allow that traffic, that walking pedestrian traffic, to go through the subdivision.
So Jaime, if this were to get approved, Jaime, do we need to make a motion to approve it with speed bumps right now, or is that something that you would take care of on your end at the end? During the
No,
process?
we would need to do it now.
It's best if you include it in the motion.
So, Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and amend my motion.
Well, let's finish the discussion first before we get into voting, and then we'll resort it. if
I want to
needed.
say that I agree on the speed bumps, but our current code for street length, that depicts straight street length, correct? And in this case, it's not straight. There's actually curves and turns. It's not a drag strip, which is what the variant, or which is what the code is supposed to keep from happening, correct?
It's not your typical street. It's not a straight shot. It's
Correct.
a curvilinear
And
road.
so with that thought, is the street long enough in the code before it does some sort of a curve or a turn?
No.
Thank you.
It curves on one of the ends.
Correct. Thanks.
Does
But
that make a
Jaime,
difference?
we've been seeing a lot of these subdivisions from, I want to say, is it Esperanza too? I think I've been seeing a lot of, I even saw it in Westlaco too.
Trails, yeah.
They're getting very unique with the designs of these
Very
trails and these subdivisions that I'm noticing that. So it's not as uncommon as, you know, as we think here in the city, because they're already here. It's just a matter of we're going to be seeing more and more of them. That's what it's looking like. Where I guess where it's going towards.
I'm not against windy roads, but all you got to do is cut a path, right, to connect one of the windy roads to the other windy road?
Right.
How difficult is that, or what does that do to the development by doing that? Yeah.
Sorry. I guess the biggest impact that you see, one, you don't always see stop signs or two-way stops or four-way stops being as effective as you really mean them to be. They tend to be ran a lot of the time. But the other thing, as I was mentioning earlier, is kind of like your storm and drainage for the site. It would impact it, and in this situation, the way that the community was master planned to have those amenity areas through the middle, that's where it really disrupts it, right? That's really the Esperanza Homes and Roads Enterprises, they really focus on their amenities for the sites and their subdivision developments. And so that's something where they provided here, right? Instead of having a road through the middle, they provided the amenity area through the middle to be able to create some of that traffic calming in that sense. But yes, I mean, the way that you mentioned it, if you were to just place a road down it, the biggest impact is utilities and storm, having to redesign that portion to be able to fit it, possibly changes your lot arrangement for the subdivision. But those are really the key points, right? Being that we had already master planned this development with phase 1 in that amenity area, that's the biggest disruption at this stage for phase 2 and 3.
Stillwater Cove, that one is the same type of layout too as well?
Correct. Yeah, everything. So most of La Siena, except for, I mean, even these are kind of curved on this side. They're not exactly straight roads. But the biggest ones would be Silos, Water Lily, and Stillwater are the ones that have the winding roads in this situation. And they all have, you know, green areas in their, either in the center of the lots or the road kind of divides and they have green area like an island in them to provide for more trees and that nature in the development. And so that's the same thing that developers trying to do here. Within those common areas or amenity areas, they have a clubhouse, they have playscapes, they have a walking trail. That walking trail is actually meant to connect with Villas de la Siena, which is the development south that got recorded already as well. So they really see this as a whole, not just piecemealing as other developments might do.
Oh, no, I've seen it. It's a beautiful, the way y'all have made that area to be. It's very, very beautiful.
Any other discussion? Okay, at this point, I think you wanted to revise your motion. I would suggest, if you're up for it, it's your motion, taking them one by one.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and, so I need to retract my first motion,
Yes.
right? Okay. So I make a motion to retract.
Well, you don't have to make a motion, just state it, and then you
I'll
can.
retract it then. I do want to make a motion to approve the first one.
All right, motion to approve the first variance. Is there a
Yes.
second?
And then I'll make a motion
Oh,
on
not
this.
yet. Hold on, one at a time. One at a
Okay.
time. Is there a second on the motion to approve the first variance?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? Questions? No? Only thing I'll say, right, like I said, if 10 feet setback's good, we should be looking at our rules to revise so that we allow this to be a thing going forward. Okay? All right. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right. Motion passes.
So on the second one, I want to make a motion to approve, but to add speed bumps to it.
Okay. There's a motion to approve the second variance, but with the requirement that speed bumps be added to the road pursuant to approval by planning and zoning department.
Yes.
Second.
The engineering department preferably.
Sorry. Okay. By the engineering department. Got it. Are you all clear on that? All right. So there's a motion and there's a second. Any questions or discussion?
No, but I just want to make, how would we make sure phase 1 gets these speed bumps as well?
That would be up to the developer if he wants to put them in.
We can add it in this motion though, right?
No, it's a private subdivision.
But it's a whole other thing. Would
we'll-
y'all be open to making sure that phase 1 also has speed bumps as well?
We'll run it by the development group, the ownership group. We meet with them
I just want to make sure that it's consistent if we're gonna do that, you know. Okay.
All right. I still think that the 1,000-foot rule is a good one, and I do think that there is at least some type of safety concern when you have a long street like this that's hard to navigate through. So I would prefer, right, that we not grant this variance. If we do grant the variance, then again, I would like for the staff to look at, is there a way to commonize this? Is it a windy road makes it easier to have a longer block length than a straight road? I don't think that's what we're trying to get at, but if it is, right, then we should revise the rule.
We'll do that.
All right. Other discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item B. And I think this is identical, correct?
That's correct, Mayor. 8B is identical to 8A. Same requests.
All right. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve, just like we did in the first one, which is to approve the first one the way it did, the first variance, and then on the second variance, they also do the same thing to require speed bumps.
Okay. There's a motion to approve the variance, the first variance request, and a motion to approve the second variance request with the condition that speed bumps be added subject to the approval of the engineering department.
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes. All right. Item C.
Consider variance request to the City's Unified Development Code, Article 3, Section 3.202, Table 3.202-1, minimum lot area and lot width for Kings Landing subdivision, as described, located at 2700 West Wisconsin Road, as requested by Quintanilla, Headley, and Associates.
All right. Is there a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Same thing on this one, right? This seems pretty reasonable to me too. It's a commercial property and all those things. But if the request for the variance makes sense to recodify so that others can do the same thing, then we should do that.
We'll do that, Mayor.
Okay. Because there's no safety concerns. There's no public issue, health, whatever concerns. Well, what is it they're doing? It seems to fit, right? The market that they're trying to satisfy.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Same sign. All right. Motion carries. Item D. My understanding on item D is that there was discussion earlier today between the requester and the city. There may be some type of agreement, perhaps, but the paperwork, the summary, and the recommendation does not currently reflect those discussions. Is all of this accurate?
That's correct, Mayor. We made some, I guess
You don't have to get into the subject of it, just confirm, yes. Because we don't have a motion yet, so we can't really get into,
Yes, Mayor, we did.
into the motion of it.
We did meet with the engineer and one of the developers, and we did discuss possibly some changes to what's being presented tonight.
Okay, so that being the case, we may want to table this so that we can finalize whatever it is that discussion's happening and make sure we get a full record and recommendation that applies to whatever the discussions are. If council wants to continue to learn all about this for the first time tonight and see how it goes, you're more than welcome to, but I think tabling would be appropriate. All that said, is there a motion from the council?
Can we make a motion to suspend the rules?
Yes. Motion to suspend the rules so we can discuss without a motion?
Second.
All right. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Okay. Motion. The rules are suspended so we can discuss now without a motion.
Jaime, what were the changes from the variances?
So the first one, for the variance number 1, to have a 40-foot right-of-way instead of the required 50-foot right-of-way, the engineer record brought a new exhibit showing the way the water lines are going to be laid out, the way the sewer lines are going to be laid out, how everything's going to be laid out there on site within that 40-foot section of right-of-way, and how it's going to impact the lots both on both sides. So that wasn't an exhibit that we had in the past. Actually, our utilities department was kind of okay with the exhibit that was presented. I was not okay with it. I still preferred to have the 50-foot right-of-way, but the consensus was that it would work So that's a new exhibit that they were going to hand out here. at
Can
the
they
meeting.
speak on it briefly? Who would be the one to speak on that part?
Jerry?
Or Jerry?
Either or both.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Gerardo Carmona, Director Utilities.
Yep.
So basically on the exhibit that they're providing is that they were able to push back, I think the setback for the garage was 18 feet, right, Jaime? And then the front setback for the home is going to be about 20 feet. So what they're proposing is to install the utilities 3 feet within that 15-foot utility easement, right? So we did have the conversation with the engineer and the developer about the other utilities as to what is it going to be, where are going to put these other utilities, right? Like Spectrum, AT&T, I believe there's also gas in the area, and especially power, right? That's one of the main concerns. Now, for this, we are going to have sufficient area within the utility easement, right? And some of the concerns were that the foundation was going to be too close to our utilities, right? Where we could potentially get into a situation where the owner can claim or make several claims, and then we can be in a lawsuit or some sort, right? Now, by them reducing the right-of-way, again, our utilities are within, water and sewer are within the easements, right? Now, removing that, reducing the right-of-way does give us less room to work with, right? Obviously, whenever we go out there and we respond to some kind of leak, the more room that we have, the better. In this situation, the sidewalk is going to go adjacent or is going to go into the utility easement, so it would probably have to be a sidewalk and utility easement. Could we make it work? Yes, but again, in the situation, I guess depending on the leak that we have or the type of repair, it could potentially where we have to maybe break the sidewalk or maybe even cut into the street, right? Now, when we have to go out there and stage the area, put our equipment, we're probably going to have to put all of our equipment within the street.
So are you okay with it or you're not okay with it?
It's not the ideal situation, but it will work.
Compared to the current variance that is there?
Yes, sir, because
it will work because we can put equipment in the street.
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes. And
I don't know if that's the ideal situation or solution, but
it's not the ideal situation, right? But one of the main things that I believe from last time, correct me if I'm wrong, Jaime, but the foundation or the homes were going to be closer to the utilities. So in this case, they kind of moved that back, which helps us out a lot.
How often do you run into these same scenarios in other subdivisions currently?
We do run into it quite often, especially with Vex's doing all these improvements. They have been breaking our water services or actually even boring into sewer lines and manholes very frequently. But as a matter of fact, like to answer your question, we run into it all the time, right? It does make it a lot difficult for staff to make repairs whenever you have the power line right next to it, right? So again, the more room that we have to be able to work with, it makes it easier and a lot safer for our staff to make those repairs.
Thank you.
Which variance is that? Of the 6, which one?
The very first one there, the one on the street right away width, going from a 50-foot right away to a 40-foot right away. Mm-hmm. Now, what Jerry was alluding to was the front setback of the townhome. If you build a townhome, or if you have a property zone townhome, you could have a 10-foot front setback. That's standard. You don't have to get a variance. You can build a townhome 10 feet from the property line. The developer and the engineer have agreed to push it back to 20 feet, giving us the additional room to work with.
So what is the agreement on, what would the agreement change on this variance be?
That now they've agreed to, within that right-of-way that is left, they've pushed the setback of the building to 20 feet instead of 10, giving us more ample room in the front property line to work on the utilities.
And where is that recorded, that
It's
agreement?
not, it would have to be a plat note.
That'd be a plat note. Okay. Do we have the plat with that note? A draft of the plat with that note?
No.
No. Okay.
And what was the other changes that they made?
The other changes were initially they were going to show 34-foot lots. Now they're 38-foot lots. They also agreed to the buildings having a 6-foot or 12-foot separation from one to the other. They had requested a variance to be at 5 feet for a total of 10 feet. And they agreed to have a side setback from one building to another at 12 feet. Now, the way they're proposing it is a little different. They're proposing 0 on one side and 12 on the other. But the end result is still the same, where you get 12 feet from one building to the other.
So
Which variance is that?
That would be variance number 4, to have a 5-foot side setback instead of the UDC required 6-foot side setback.
So I guess maybe we should just take this one variance at a time then.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Just which variance was that you talked about with the agreement that you just
It's
discussed?
the one that variance table 3.102-1. It's the 4th one down on the list.
And now what? Now what? Huh?
Instead of having a 5-foot and 5-foot for a total separation of 10 feet from one building to the other, they've agreed to have a 12-foot separation between buildings. But the way that they're requesting it is they want one side to be at 0 and the other side to be at 12 feet.
Is that something we would have to write in to the variance
That's
request?
something that you would have to write in.
Do you have like a draft text? So we don't even know what we're voting on.
We didn't put it in the write-up, no.
Right. Yeah, and see, this is the concern that I have, is we don't even know what we're voting on. And we can talk about these things, right? But what's the action actually going to be? I think is going to end up being unclear. And I don't want to spend 2 hours right now getting the specific verbiage on these variance requests so that we can make sure that the record is clear as to what action we're taking. So that's why I still think we should table this thing, so that the proper work can be done, the right write-up can be done, the recommendation can be made based off of whatever the agreements are, and we know what actions we're taking on these. But again, that's just me. Hopefully not just me, but that's me.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Good evening, Ruben James de Jesus with Mullen Hunt for the record. One thing, there's a few discussions going on, and I think the clearest way is to go through the variances one by one, and I did prepare a presentation. We did submit our plat that we want to move forward with, that we presented at P&Z. We presented a plat with a 30, well, let's go one by one. There is 6 variances on the table. We had presented
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Sure.
So you do want to go one by one?
I think detailing them to the council, I think it'd be clear and understanding of what we're willing to commit to as a developer and an engineer.
Okay. All right. I still urge council to really think about this, right? Because we still don't have the language that we're going to vote on. And are you proposing that we're going to be rewriting
Well,
the
I think
variance
that's
requested?
something that we would probably look at staff, because we did submit the new plat, and I think in preparation to coming to this meeting, what was discussed at P&Z probably should have been in the write-up today. But we didn't, as far as working with staff, we didn't present that, or it wasn't presented to you guys as the revisions to the request.
Okay.
But it's been submitted, it's been talked about at P&Z.
When was it submitted?
Prior to the P&Z meeting.
Okay. When was the P&Z meeting?
It was January 8th, the Thursday. So there is documentation, there is submittals that have happened. So
Did you have more discussions today with the staff?
in regards to, so if I may, at P&Z, there was a split vote of 3-3 in regards to 6 variances. The first variance is to the lot size. The variance that we're requesting is from 4,000 square feet to 3,100 square feet. The second variance is the lot width. What we presented and we submitted to staff is we're proposing a 38-foot lot versus what's required at a 40-foot requirement. The third variance is 50-foot right-of-way, which we originally presented 40-foot right-of-way, That discussion happened today as far as utility placements, um, discussions with staff on, there was concerns on a subdivision that we weren't part of, that there was some infrastructure left too close to buildings. All our original submittals had always set an 18-foot setback, and today what we agreed to is going to a 20-foot, working with staff as far as the front setback. The fourth variance is on the buffer yard. That was originally presented where, as far as the requirement from the city, there's a requirement that there's a block wall be placed between townhome residential to suburban residential. And that block length is 1,320 feet. And for us, that's impractical. And the reasons for that is because buffer yards are used when there's a conflict between land uses, and the original request that we've always gone after is single-family detached homes. The land use to the adjacent to us, it is residential. It's undeveloped. And at this moment, I think we would be safe to say that moving forward, any recommendation for rezoning would be single-family residential. So that is why that request there for buffer yard to be, instead of block wall, it wouldn't be a conflict with single family, would be a standard 6-foot cedar fence, which is what the developer is willing to do. The fifth request was on the setbacks, which was discussed. The fifth request and the sixth request are really caveats to your code. There's footnotes in your code. This footnote on the setback, it's really deferred to the fire marshal to make the call on what's being built. There's a standard 6-foot setback, and we can go to 5 foot if we provide the fire rating walls. The sixth one is also a caveat to your code. We went through the rezoning request from the current zoning to residential townhomes, which we went through P&Z. We came to the council to get this zoned. And the intent behind that is really public comments notices were sent out. The adjoining landowner is in favor of this development and is looking for sanitary sewer connections, which we've reached out to and are willing to connect her. Without this development, she would still be on septic. So really the last two are caveats to your footnotes that are in your code. I think those are the 6 that are presented, and I know it seems like a lot, but you might ask me why so many, but as far as what we're asking for is not, what it really is I'm asking for form, not versus functionality. Working with staff, we've provided I think a product that works for your staff. I think you've heard, I think the fire marshal can also tell you and attest to you that we worked with him in the form of public safety. It's being met. Public infrastructure is being met. All engineering standards are being met. Again, I go back to form, not functionality, and that's what we're requesting today. We're requesting dimensional revisions, not functionality to what the intent is with single-family dwellings. I did prepare a whole presentation for you guys, which would probably clear this up. I know there's probably discussion about tabling, but what I mentioned before, when we go through these feasibility periods with developers, time is of an essence. There's under contracts, they only have 60 days, sometimes maybe 90 days if they're lucky, to get a feasibility study through and before they actually purchase the property.
When is the deadline for that they need an answer for this? I understand how that feasibility study works and all that.
It's the Monday after Valentine's Day.
So the 14th?
I think it was like the 16th, I believe.
So if we don't approve something right now and all that, what happens then?
So you leave it up to maybe the seller to decide to do something else and keep the earnest money from all the work they've already done and decide to go with somebody else. Now, I can't tell you what the other person might do. They might come back with a different layout. They can come back with a layout of 60 lots, what we're proposing 54. Working with staff, what we're doing is single family detached. What we have now is a townhome zoning, which would allow for attached units, and this would allow maybe 60 to 62 units on there. We've been working with staff this whole time, and we've reduced the amount of units that we can do to 54.
So how long would it take? I understand, I don't want to delay any projects either. If we table this item for right now and pick it up at the end of the meeting, how long would it take for you to get it on paper, all these changes that y'all made today, that y'all met today?
I think the reason working with staff was that my understanding and with Jaime is that you can approve them contingent to what we discussed and what was presented, and that's why I think we were working that in that.
Correct,
angle.
but how long would it take to get it on paper?
I believe we have it on some exhibits that we can give you guys.
The way this is, you guys have developed this, in any other city, would you have to have variances, or is it just here?
Yeah, so in my presentation, and I think the mayor was alluding to this earlier, the state really did pass a new law into effect. Let me pull it up, and it's called State Senate Bill 15. This was passed last September, and it's in effect now. Now, I presented it at P&Z, and really it's the intent behind it. It doesn't apply to Edinburg, in a sense, because this Senate bill is for municipalities that are over 150,000. Edinburg is just shy of that. I would say closer to 110,000. And the intent for that is that no municipality can adopt or enforce an ordinance, rule, or other measures that require a residential lot to be larger than 3,000 square feet, wider than 30 feet, 35 feet, or 30 feet, and not deeper than 75. Now, to answer your question, me as an engineer, we work with other municipalities as well. So when we're looking at a feasibility study, presenting something to our client, your neighboring cities, as far as doing this, they allow for a 20-foot wide lot, a minimum of 2,500 square foot lot. McAllen as well is similar, and it's not exactly the same. Mission, Harlingen, Brownsville, I could go on and show all those codes. So yes, it does not apply to Edinburgh as far as the Senate bill. It can't be enforced with you all, but the valley is really, you can't just look at Edinburgh as one, right? You know, I think the Senate bill, the intent behind it is for growing communities, for affordability is what they're trying to cater to. A new market is kind of what I believe the mayor was kind of talking about. So I do believe maybe Edinburgh should look at the current standards so that we can work together on some of the stuff that we're trying to bring to Edinburgh. The client's looking to develop or invest at least $1.5 million to this project that would generate over almost close to $1 million over the next 10 years to the tax base to y'all's community. And so I would like to, if we could work something out tonight, it would help our client move forward with a decision to make on purchasing the property and making this project feasible for himself and the community.
It was only a few weeks ago, right, that we approved the rezoning?
Close to a month ago.
Yeah. But at the time, your client hadn't bought it yet?
They're under contract to buy it.
Okay, but we agreed to rezone it. And to be fair to you all told us from the very beginning you were going to come with a bunch of variances if we granted the rezoning. But at the time that we granted the rezoning, your client didn't even own the property yet?
The owner of the property has signed an owner's authorization to the buyer to move forward with the project. So the current owner knows of the project and is fully aware of what we're trying to do. Yes, there's two options, the detached version and an attached version. Clearly stated from the beginning, what we're trying to do is single family to allow affordability to one structure of a property. And that's what we're working with. We knew that we were probably going to have to come to variances if we really wanted that model. We could go to a attached version with no variances, and we would move forward with the development. But that's not the model that the developer wants, nor staff is really liking as well. So that's the history behind it. And yes, 30 days ago, we do move pretty fast on what we need to make decisions on and to the clients. And that's kind of why we're here today.
I understand. Yeah, I'll just remind council, when we did this, when we did the rezoning request, right, I had urged us to not do it and to wait until we got a final submission on what it was that they wanted to do, right, before we would approve it, but council approved it anyway. And that's kind of one of the issues, right, with not having everything kind of laid out when we're making these decisions. And so, again, I think the better route to go on this is to table it, wait until we get full information of what it is that we're taking action on, so that we know what we're doing. Any other discussion? There's no action motion. Still open for discussion.
Hi, ma'am. Obviously, I understand they're in a feasibility study, so I'm taking that into consideration. What can we do to expedite that? Because I know we are, time is they don't have any time, right? So because our next council meeting is past their 14th deadline, so obviously they're relying on today to get an answer, whether it's approved or denied. I do like that they came back and worked with you all after some of these variances and all that, but I do understand it's not on paper either, right? So I can understand that point too. You're going to approve something that you're just saying out loud. I guess this would be a question to our city attorney. What can we do to grant their variances as discussed?
Well, approve with the contingencies.
Yeah, with the contingencies. What would we be able to do on that?
You would have to approve it with those conditions as stated in the record.
Now, how would we be able to get it, approve it like that, but also somehow get it back to us?
After today, that's it.
Okay.
But with approval, they would be able to move forward?
Right, unless you decide to table the item, right.
P&Z. P&Z would get a crack at the plat, and being that it's a plat that has variances, the mayor would sign off on the plat, but that would be the only way.
So what would be a motion if we would approve as whatever was what they discussed? And I wrote some down, but what was some of the things that how would we be able to make that motion?
You would want to approve one at a time with the specific conditions that you're placing or the agreements. That's the way I would recommend it.
So make a motion to approve with this.
I would recommend going one at a time with the specific conditions or agreements that have been made.
With staff?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what those are. That's between staff and the developer at this point.
So the first variance would be like to approve the variance as presented, but with a 20-foot front setback. The one on the 40-foot right away going to 50-foot.
Because here it says 40 foot, right?
So approve it at 40 feet with the understanding that the front setback for the townhomes is going to be 20 feet.
So the 40 foot then requires the right-of-way width of 20 feet?
No, the right-of-way
Front setback of 20 feet.
Front setback of 20 feet, yeah, because the road is still going to be paved 32 feet back to back. That doesn't change. What changes is the right-of-way that we have from the end of the curb to the front of the property line. Typically, we have about 9 feet. This only gives us about 5 feet. So, but being that they're pushing the home back to 20 feet, that's not something that is in the plat, though. So they would need to revise the plat to reflect a front setback of 20 feet to the primary structure. So that would be part of the motion to approve the variance, the first variance as presented, with the understanding that the engineer and the developer have a 20-foot front setback.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make that motion as that presented.
What's the motion? Sorry.
Can you repeat that?
To have a 40-foot right-of-way instead of a 50-foot right-of-way, with the understanding that there will be a plat note with the front setback being at 20 feet to the primary structure.
And that's for each lot? Each lot in the plat?
The house has to be pushed back instead of 10 feet, it has to be pushed back 20 feet. Front setback.
All right. Do you want to restate the motion, or? How are we going to do this? This is tricky. This is difficult.
Yeah, no, because it makes it difficult because there's a lot of variances, so it does make this difficult. So can you repeat?
I think the way, and of course Josie can correct, approve variance one with contingency as stated, and then you state the contingency.
Okay. So
Correct.
I'll make a motion to approve variance one with the contingency of state.
A 20-foot front setback to the primary structure.
As well as the plat note requiring
The plat note.
No, what?
The plat don't require the.
They have a 20-foot front setback on the plat.
Okay. So that's my motion.
20-foot setback on each structure.
Each lot. That's going to be their front setback, 20 feet. You can't build a house 10 feet from the property line. You got to push it back 20 feet.
So the actual variance is going to be from a 50 to a 40 foot, right?
Correct.
With a condition that the plat note be placed limiting the front setback
to 20 feet.
To 20 feet, as stated.
Correct.
And, all right, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
All right, motion and a second. Discussion.
I'm just glad it's townhomes, not apartments, and so thank you for working it out. I know it's confusing today, and I know time is of the essence because we don't have a council meeting until past the timeline for the developer.
And what's staff's recommendation on this with the condition?
Our recommendation is for denial.
And why is that?
One, it's going to likely set a precedence, and we don't want to do that. It restricts the area where the utility lines are going to go, and it's going to hinder the operations should they need to go in there and make a repair.
Right. Yeah, I don't think having equipment on the street, right, is the solution to not having a wide enough right of way. Any other discussion? No? All right. All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes.
Variance two.
Variance 2 is to have a 2,844 square foot lots instead of the required 4,000 square foot lots, which is for detached homes. And that one wouldn't have any changes. It would be.
It stays as is.
Stays as.
So there's a motion to approve with no conditions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. All right. There's a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion? What is staff's recommendation on this?
Our recommendation is denial. The lots are too shallow.
Okay. To deny because it makes the lots too shallow. And what's the problem with that?
I mean, typically it would require at least 100 feet, but the way that this subdivision is designed, they're trying to get 2 rows of lots instead of just 1 row of lot.
Mm-hmm.
Thus creating shallower lots.
Right. Okay. Other discussion, questions?
No, I just want to make a note that this was something we spoke to at length at PPAC, so I'm a little familiar with it. And that's the only reason I don't have more discussion.
Same here.
I know that we asked a lot of things for them to work with the engineers. One of the things I did mention, I didn't hear it come back, but I asked for a one-site collection of trash to kind of ease up the traffic. Was that ever presented?
That was discussed with the engineer record, and it wasn't something that
They didn't go for it. All right.
They didn't.
Just thought I'd throw it out there.
No, because we really did discuss this in great length in PPAC, so yes, that we did.
And you're okay with having a shallow lot?
Well, I just think that with townhomes, we're starting to see more townhomes in our community, and I think for the push away from multifamily, and I think it's something that we're going to have to probably update our UDC code, and that's something that I think we're going to actually be seeing more in our community because we're having to be more creative with the cost of lots going up and with the designs. I think we still need to work with the developers, and not to mention how much land is right now. You know what I mean? If the land's going so high, so make it affordable for our residents to come in and move in our area, the tax dollars, I do think that's something that we do need to work with our developers.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes.
Third variance is to have a 38-foot wide lots instead of the UDC required 40-foot wide lots.
You said 30 foot?
38 instead of the required 40-foot lots.
Okay. So it says 36 right here in the packet that's available for the public, but it's 38.
Yeah, I believe the latest is 38, correct?
Submitted plan, we revised to 38.
It started, I think, at 34 and then 36. Now it's at 38. So they're getting closer to 40, but it's still not there. It's 24 inches shy. No special conditions on this one. It would just be approved the way that it was presented.
And what does that extra 2 feet do?
It's,
Closer to code.
it's closer to code, and the lot
Yes.
configuration lends itself to that configuration of 38 feet. And like I had mentioned, it's really what we're trying to do is achieve something feasible and economically feasible to not just the client, but to the community. As stated, Senate Bill 15 allows to go to 35.
Yeah, it's the future of development. We don't have the population at this time.
All right. And what's staff's recommendation on this?
This one, Mayor, being that they've lengthened it some, we would recommend approval of this variance.
Okay. You're okay with the variance request at the 38 foot?
They're okay. They're 24 inches shy of what code requires.
Okay. Discussion? Questions? No? All right. All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right. Motion passes.
And just to make it clear for the record, the request was for the 38-foot width, right, not 36. Okay.
Correct. And the fourth one is to have a 5-foot side setback instead of the UDC required 6-foot side setback. Being that they're asking for 0 and 12, this one would require the motion to state the setbacks to be at 0 on one side and 12 on the other.
Explain that again, please.
They're asking for initially in the variance, they had requested to have 5-foot side setback, meaning that your side of the home needs to leave 5 feet to the side property line. Now they've agreed to keep it close to code. They're asking for 0 on one side, but 12 on the other side. So we're still going to have that separation of 12 feet from structure to structure. It's just going to be in a different form. It's going to be 0 on one side and 12 on the other, not 6 and 6.
Yeah. So the one side is going to be right on the property line,
right?
But 12 feet away.
On the other side.
Okay.
But then when the other building on the opposite side is going to also have a 12-foot gap. So there's going to be 12-foot gaps between all of the structures.
Okay. Any?
Staff recommendation on that one?
I'm okay with that one because we're still at 12 feet from structure to structure. It's just oriented differently. But the intent is still there to have that 12-foot gap.
Okay. We didn't get a motion on this one yet, right?
So I'll make the motion to do a 0 on one side and a 12-foot on the other.
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right, motion passes.
Variance number 5, this is a variance that states that anytime you have a property that's zoned townhomes next to residential suburban, and it is zoned residential suburban to the east, that your properties, that your lots should meet the residential primary requirements, which are a lot larger than what they're proposing. The residential primary lot standards are 5,000 square foot lots, 50 feet wide, and 20 feet front and rear setbacks with 6-foot side setbacks. This is a footnote that is in the UDC, but the property is zoned townhomes, so that's why they need a variance to exclude this footnote from consideration.
Is there a motion?
Make the motion.
Motion to
go with their last conversation, I guess, because it's kind of confusing still between everything, what was presented and what you guys have talked to you about.
All right, do you want to clarify what action you're, if you can translate at least, what action the developer is asking for from council?
Well, there's a footnote in the UDC that requires the lots to be a certain measurement when they abut residential suburban lots, which are larger lots. There's larger lots on the east side. There's one that's residential suburban. So because there's that one lot, the UDC has a footnote that says that anything that's built on the townhome properties must mimic a residential primary size lot, which is bigger, 5,000 square foot lots. So they're asking for that section or that footnote of the UDC to be excluded from consideration and that they be allowed to proceed with building the property that, or the plat the way that they're showing it.
Obviously, if that,
I was just going to state it or restate it. It's essentially a waiver of the application of that footnote to their development.
okay. So I'll make that motion to
Waiver of the footnote.
waiver the footnote.
For their development.
Yes.
To proceed as presented.
What's the footnote? Can you like cite it, or is the language here that's presented to us sufficient?
It's on there. It's on the write-up.
It references this section.
It references the section, yeah.
All right, so then this is good as is to take action as presented?
If that's the wishes of the council.
No. Is that the agreement? Is that what's being requested that we do?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the motion to approve as presented?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Staff's recommendation on this?
On this one, I feel that if the property was zoned townhomes, the townhome requirements should apply. So what I'm thinking is that footnote needs to be striked out when we amend the Unified Development Code.
Okay, so this is a Scrivener's error?
I wouldn't say a Scrivener's error, but it was put in there. I don't know why they put it in there, but it was on there.
All right, but your recommendation as the director is moving forward, we should get that revised so that this type of variance doesn't need to be requested.
That's correct. If the property is zoned townhomes, those townhome setbacks should apply.
Okay.
What is your recommendation on this variance?
On variance number 5?
Oh, he said that they're okay with it. All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right, motion passes.
And then the last one is to have a wood fence buffer instead of the masonry buffer that's required by the Unified Development Code. Again, this goes back to the Unified Development Code states that anytime you have a townhome district next to a suburban residential district, that you must put a masonry block wall between that section of the property. Along the east side, there is a property that's zoned suburban residential, so they would be required to install at least on that section or the east side a masonry wall, and they're asking to be excluded from that and to be allowed to install a cedar fence.
All right, any conditions on this one? Any updates, revisions?
No. This is a variance that we've seen in the past, and in the past it's typically granted whenever it's single family to single family. When it's commercial to single family, then it does usually state that they put the masonry wall.
What is your recommendation on this?
Recommendation, since it is single family, I'm okay with this, with the cedar fence.
All right, is there a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve to go with the cedar fence.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is this one that we'll look at too, right? I mean, if you're okay with it being a wood fence instead of a masonry, then we should probably just update the code on that.
I did have a chance to look at other cities, and typically that's the norm. Whenever it's a single family next to a single family, other cities typically don't require a masonry fence.
Okay. All right, the motion and the second. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right, motion passes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Greatly appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
All right, next item E. Madam Secretary, if you read the caption.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was having trouble with the button. Consider variance request to the City's Unified Development Code, Article 3, Section 3.202, Table 3.202-1, Non-Residential and Mixed-Use Lot Standards for Garco Industrial Ranches Subdivision, as described, located at 104 Constitution Drive, as requested by Quintanilla, Headley, and Associates.
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, the motion to approve in a second. Any discussion? All right. My understanding is that intended use, right, with this variance is still industrial, right? It's not commercial oriented, nothing like that.
That's correct. It falls in line with industrial uses. It's just that the developer owns this large lot and he's cutting it up into smaller lots, but they're still going to be industrial in nature.
For our purposes on the city, is there a reason why we require something so large? I mean, the idea here, right, is to have a smaller footprint of an industrial building.
That's correct.
Right. So is there any reason why we're not in line with that already?
It was close to meeting the requirements, but it wasn't quite there. So initially he had requested to do a rezoning, but being that the character of the business was in line with the industrial, we recommended he go through the variance process instead of rezoning the property, which would have created spot zoning.
Right.
So this was something that we recommended.
Yeah, but again, I'm just more concerned about the rules, right? If
we can look at what the minimums are for industrial lots, and if they're too excessive, maybe we can bring it down a little bit.
Okay, great. All right, any other further discussion? All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right, motion passes. Moving on to item 9A.
Consider the petition providing for the voluntary annexation of a 0.918 acre parcel out of Lot 6, Block 1, Santa Cruz Gardens, Unit Number 2, Hidalgo County, Texas, located at 1099 East FM 2812, as requested by Box Family Limited Partnership, Ltd.
Is there a motion?
Motion approved. Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes. Item 10A.
Consider authorizing the city manager to renew a master service agreement and small government enterprise license agreement with Environmental Systems Research Institute for licenses on geographic information system citywide as a sole source item for an amount not to exceed $268,200.
Is there a motion?
Motion approved. Second.
All right, motion approved in a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes. 10B.
Consider awarding bid number 2026-02 Brenneline Cedar Detention Pond Project Phase 3 to 2GS LLC for an amount not to exceed $216,162 through the Community Development Block Grant number B-24-MC-48-0503 and authorize the city manager to execute any documents related thereto pursuant to the city's ordinances and procurement policies.
Is there a motion?
So move. Second.
All right, motion to approve item 10B. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes. Consent agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve all items A through J.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes. 12A, future items. Anything? Council? No? All right. 12B.
Consider canceling or rescheduling the Tuesday, February 17, 2026 City Council regular meeting. The recommendation would be for Thursday, February 19th.
Is there a motion?
Can't be the Monday? Or what, there was a, when was the council meeting date?
The recommendation is for February 19th. The council meeting date would be Tuesday, February 17th.
So it's moved from Tuesday to Thursday.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve that.
Second.
All right. Motion and a second to approve rescheduling from February 17th to February 19th, the city council meeting. Any discussion? No? All right. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, moving into executive session. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
I'll move. Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes. We are entering executive session. Time now is 8:19.
Item A, consultation with city attorney. Item B, consultation with city attorney regarding personnel matters. Item C, discussion and possible action regarding economic development matters. Number 1, Project Gilmore. Item D, discussion and possible action regarding economic development matters. Agreement with EDC regarding Ebony Hills Development Project Workforce Resource Center.
Mayor, there's your pen cap.
Thank you.
You still have it, or you got rid of it?
No, but I think I have it over there.
Time is 9:07. We are coming back out of executive session. Can I get a motion to get back in the open?
So move. Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes. All right, we are back in open session. Madam City Attorney, any action required at this time?
Yes, Mayor, we need action on item 13D. I recommend a motion to approve the agreement on the terms and conditions as discussed in executive session.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right, motion passes. There being no other business, the meeting is adjourned.
you.